Section on it. It's pretty boring trading day, isn't it? Not much to talk about. I'm just playing back the trio with me on bass. So that's three people playing together, making a giant cauldron of insanity, trying to replicate the markets. Well, coming up into the supply zone here, I placed these giant canvas tickets. I mean, with this much money, we're trying to get into about 3 standard lots down here when it crushes down. And the Australian dollar wipes out the US dollar here on the right side of the chart. Heavy sellers up here. Selling all the way into the northern abyss. I'm buying into the southern abyss for ungodly. And here I'm selling above the high the previous day on New Zealand all the way into turtle soup. I'm selling into the turtle soup. ICT terms. In the canvassing world of canvassing areas, it's kind of like an alcoholic's view. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. If it's okay to drink after 5 o'clock when I punch out of my day job. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. That's right, people. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Smash down into the close of the European session on a Monday. We scalped the top of this. We scalped the top of this thing earlier. Let's see what we're doing here at Hugo. So I sold the top of this thing earlier. Able to make $300, $250 on this. And now I'm buying into the plunge. I'm selling into the rally. I'm running the forex scripts are up here. So I decided to put these in the 8-hour. This is the new and improved naming system. What's the most important thing? The expiration. The next important thing is how much risk per trade. This is $1.60 to make $1.60. So 10 of these would be $16 to make $16, roughly. We didn't put the cost in there yet. Here's a good ratio. So if you're going to sell into this northern abyss now, look at the S&P. I mean, look at the NASDAQ crash. So NASDAQ, I can come over here, catch a falling knife. 4 hours, I can put in deep tickets here. That makes sense maybe on the 4-hour chart. Here's $100 to make 60. So that's 100 to make 60 there. Here's 80 to make 60. Looking for a crush back. Some girl wanted to trade I assume she's a girl, Sarah. Can't tell these days. I like the song Sarah by Fleetwood Mac, or Fleetwood Mac doing Sarah. That's a good heartbreaker. Here I'm buying the plunge and the CAD. These are all singles, I think. Risk $5 to make $5. I'm sorry, that's the wrong script. So here, but you won't do any harm with that one. You're risking about $200 to make risking a lot of money there. But this is the forex, so you have to keep track of your forex drop. So maybe you have to make this if you're going to trade forex and NASDAQ on the same platform, the same broker. You need to keep track of that. That's something you can't lose track of. So it's like you're locking yourself out of the car. So my car's acting up. It's doing weird stuff like locking itself. It's deleting the time. I don't know if this is a sign of bad things to come, but when your car starts to go chitty chitty bang bang. Okay, so I'm in the forex folders up here. So if you wanted to do a short-term scalp, 1 hour expiration, that's going to be critical. So there's really not too much of a risk, I think, in putting a 1 hour expiration on the euro dollar down here, right? At a 1 hour expiration above you will make total sense, right? You're going to go to the store, you're going to go out, get drunk. You could throw 1 hour tickets up here. Just think about it, as my tequila buddy would say. Think about it. Like he saw, I'll tell you one thing, this guy, visual guy. Him and I are very visual. We did that for a living. We knew what an undercut was, you know. So if you're looking back into the market, where's the undercut? And this thing coming screaming back to the floor is the swing trader's dream right now, right? The guy that's holding on to this trade. Or are you going to be the guy counter trend scalping into this complete, utter rally? Come on. Come on, people. Look at this thing cutting into fresh territory. Now, if we get in front of it on the 2 hours, we got sell limit here, good ratio, 2 hours. It looks like we're just going to cut flame. We're just going to go north so hard here because it's really about this price here and the structure of it all right here. This is the best selling window in the world, right? So it's smash up. Looks like the dollar pairs are going to crash. So here I want to put the crop up in here of various 4-hour expiration, various ratios here. So I have this break even 50 to make 50. That's right. The fact that I'm putting it up on this shelf, so you mark off the window you want to sell into. And I'm going to put the 8 hours up there. So here's a great ratio, a great trade for 75 pips. I don't think you'd make it, but I think the scalps are better. So I'm going to put the 16 pip scalps, the break even 16. 8 hour expiration. So right now we're in the seller's window. The first supply zone is above these wicks. And what time of day it is going on. It's a big deal. But that's screaming back, you know, if you could have the patience for these trades. So this is the big winner. You're up 200 pips from the bottom. But most people don't have the patience for these trades. And if you're holding this, you know, like through this whole swing, at half the size of a scalper. So we reject this. This top becomes a bottom. One last sell. Right, one last sell. Everybody's... So this idea of the crossover happening, it's constantly happening. It's so hilarious that that guy in that video can't just say, well, dude, any one of these break. Like, you break this trend line, break this trend line, comes back, retest, break this trend line, come back, retest. This isn't bad. Break, retest, break, retest. Sure, the further out you reach, certainly that's going to be the more breakout of breakouts. You know, this Andrew's pitchfork idea, all this bullshit. So it's really just a way to make it okay to trade, I think, in the end, you know. It's like, that's why they have different kinds of porn. If you notice, if you've ever seen porn, if anybody, there's a lot of styles. You know, God, if you think of it, they went past two girls in a cup, right? If you think about it, as my tequila buddy would say, think about it. So if you do a fair view, this is the miter box idea of trading. That, okay, so if that's a down, what's the up? What channel should I start trading on? This is just giving you an excuse to trade. When should I sell? Well, obviously, when you get to the top of the channel, but that's my sell zone also. So it has nothing to do with anything to do with anything. But it's fun. It's I get it. You know, people want to do this shit. They want to see a Gartley. Everything looks like a Gartley. But that's the 4-hour chart. At least you're not going to have to redraw this anytime soon. But we can all see supply-wise, supply zone-wise, why this is an insane place to sell. You know, for anything that's not nailed down there, we're going to sell up into that. This is how it's going to be. We're sellers up there. Sell to your heart's content. Don't be shy. Sell away. Sell everything you own. So we're back in the insanity of it all. Stepping into the abyss. So this is the north side. The stock market's out of control. Look at this. Total 1 hour auction madness. You look at that on the 5-minute chart, your just head explodes. Anybody that's trading NASDAQ on the 5-minute chart, I'm just going to recommend you need your head examined, dude. That's fucking nuts. That is some crazy shit. If you can pick out a bat wing out of that shit, I'm going to give you the Batwing Award. If somewhere in this madness on the 1-minute chart, 100, it's like about, it's almost $100 box of madness on a 1K. Treat you like a rag doll there for a couple hours. Yeah, that's Top Tick Tommy, and that's Bottom Tick Betty right there. So yeah, if you had them up there, I had it up there earlier. I did this trade earlier from here to here. I got out. So this is the other supply zone forming. They're always forming around you. Look at this. Look at this retest shit. This is madness, man. So you could make so much money, but you got to get out. Like, it's coming back. It's just going to be there in a few minutes. Don't worry, it's coming back. You think you missed the entry? You couldn't even think about missing an entry in this fucking thing. It's impossible. I'm sure there's buyers down here. I'm sure people. So I got my sells are way up there for 8 hours into the madness above. You know, if you look at the daily, it's just mind-boggling. Here's a daily NASDAQ. But it does look like we're about to tip into the northern void. We're going to go catawampus into the, in the big picture, we're going north into NASDAQ's going to rocket up because guess what? Life goes on, people. Bitcoin's up $2,000. Life goes on, people. Step away from your... Okay, so I'm at the store, and this girl's got a mask, and it kind of looked kind of cool. I'm starting to get a mask fetish going. I have to go see if there's any porn associated with that one. But gosh, you know, it's kind of cute. It had 2 little stars on it. It's kind of like these horror flicks I've been watching, where it's like the amputee farm kind of horror flick. There's like 10 of those out there. I'm just saying, for free. Like terror plus movies. Oh yeah. What, am I the only one watching these creature features? I got a Gartley under. I found a Gartley pattern under my. So I was out doing crop circles the other day, and wouldn't you know it, I did a Gartley pattern, and a UFO. Somebody from a UFO cut into my stream. You couldn't hear it. Only I could hear it, but because they knew how to mute, YouTube out, because they were afraid that they were going to be discovered. Apparently, Gartley patterns are universal. They're telling me, the aliens are telling me. Yes. They said, by the way, they elbowed me and they said the Earth's flat. I said, well, duh. I said, fucking duh. Duh. Yes, the Earth's flat. And the sky is gray. So I do think the NASDAQ is going to break out above. It's been knocking on heaven's door too long. Look at the daily. It's knocking on heaven's door. Knockety knock knock. It's pounding on heaven's door. Pound, pound, pound. You go to the weekly. You're like, dude. When you look at the weekly, you say stuff like, holy shit. We got a vacuum above us. Who's got the patience for a weekly chart? Oh my god. This is a cup and handle for sure right here, god damn it. I call cup and handle first. That's the handle right there. Here's a cup. So cup and handle patterns, you know, we've heard of this shit. There's a cup. I'm calling the handle out right now. This bitch has such a short squeeze built into it. It's going to be fucking nuts. I say this is the target. Yes, as the regimes across the planet fall down, you're going to see it in this. Sorry, Amazon's not going away. None of that stuff's going away. Look at the hammer. Look at the hammer on the weekly. Come on, man. There's a vacuum above us on the NASDAQ. Scary. So don't even think about shorting that. And don't think about shorting Bitcoin, that bozo that came out. I got a hedge fund to short Bitcoin. Thanks for the buy signal, buddy. Thanks for the... A triple bottom on Bitcoin. I took Bitcoin off my thing. I should put it back on. I'm just going to look at Bitcoin on my phone. I'm going to do the old quote track thing. Quote track, the handheld thing. Well, I'm buying the dollar yen if it crashes today. I expect the dollar yen to crash by 100 pips, so I'm buying it at the plunge. But that one's on me. Don't try this at home. Yeah, I forgot to give you the disclaimer. Don't even attempt what I'm doing, because if you do, you'll probably kick me out of my trade. And then what am I going to tell the kids about their college fund? Kids, some big boys were listening in on me today, and they stopped my trade. Sadly, I'm scalping into this pop coming. So when's it going to happen? On the daily, it's like, uh-oh. You're right on the line of scrimmage here, so just need that daily to crush north hard. It'll be something like the regime steps down. Somebody discovered or Elon Musk pairs up with an Amazon guy. So it doesn't, that's not what's going to drive it. What's going to drive it is this is going to go ripping up, and then people are going to find a reason to make sense of the move. So humans have a desire to make sense of things. Like, why is the earth flat? Dude, just accept it. Why is the earth flat? First of all, your question sucks. I was just listening to this intellectual poser, this guy named, what's his name? Oh my God. The guy looks like Ben Stiller. I'm like, dude, what a poser. You sound like an imbecile. Talks in circles. Fuck, I could do that. What's his name? You know the guy. You know the thing. Guy looks like Ben Stiller. Okay, the big top tick Tommy sell just came in on the euro dollar. So we're long. We're going long. We're going against the wind. This is my Bob Seger trade. Against the wind. This contrarian's. contrarian traders' view of the world. We buy low into the abyss. We sell into the... We didn't quite hit the abyss, but I got in early on this one. I was willing to sell this one. I gotta put the 4-hour chart up to be fair. So this one I didn't fix the scale, I don't think, because it's so in the middle. This is the Reservoir Dogs trade, stuck in the middle with you. Okay, change the properties. Oh, I guess it is fixed, but we can't seem to get a good. Put more data on the chart. So buy into the plunge, sell into the northern lands. Take a look at that 30-minute chart. It's starting reversing, so you could scalp. You could have scalped to here. Would have been the half-hour scalp window, right? Scalping back to the last known high, which was here. And this is the close. So this is the scalper's window. If you think it's going higher, so you go to the half hour now on all these instruments. Irregardless, I gotta fix the scale on that. So dollar CAD just ricocheted off the $100 handle, the round number. This is a standard lot from here to here is $1,000. So we're just trying to scalp it to here, and I put in giant targets now. I'm not quite the size I want to be in though. So that didn't work out. I wish I was in bigger size. So too many tight stops on that one. We should be underwater in a bigger size for the swing trades. For the scalps. But these are all swing trades, so I have to wait now. There's the 15 view. A lot of people are going to dump right here. And on the 15 view of this, a lot of people are going to dump. Well, certainly the buy zone here now. The new buy zone just formed is here. Ultra auction. So you top tick Tommy here. You come flying back, crush these people out, or you know, the buyers come in heavy here. And the sellers, we missed. Well, you know, it's kind of New Zealand. I should just take it off there, but I'm just using that as a view of how the dollar's doing against the people over there. I think they're in the same time zone, maybe an hour apart or something. I'm not sure. I do not know that one. Okay. So we could do a buy program down here. Damn, I cannot get that thing to show me the depth. Oh, I gotta redo the charts. Anyways, so I do see my buy plan down here. So I can buy on the other side of the tracks down here now. Which side of the tracks are you from, son? We don't trade like that over here, see? We don't trade like that around here. We use the indicators. None of that market structure for us. I just listened to a guy. Somebody recommended this guy named something Dalton. Supply and demand zone market profile trader. It's an old guy, old floor trader guy. I don't know if it was him, but it was on his channel. And he was going about how edge of the market, right? Who's selling here? You got to wonder, who is selling here? Who would sell into the abyss like that? Who would buy? Who would buy the breakout up here? You do wonder that. I wonder that myself. These should be my targets. These blue hashtags should be my targets. We should be scaling out of this trade, even though it didn't go the size I wanted. I want it to be in very big here. I'm only in like 60K on this whole trade now. So the other option is to place some buy limits down here for the same idea of buying the slot for 8 hours. It looks good on the 1 hour chart. I can see this trade on the 4 hour chart. Comes back here into the nest, into the... So there's plenty of trade opportunities here on the 4 hour chart. If you don't mind selling new highs to make high probability trades, I'd have to call these. You're going to sell above this, lonely wick. Fractal of fractals, I guess you could say. So if you turn on Williams fractals and you want time frame confirmation, maybe you're into this stuff. So you go for this is just a crude way of confirming or finding these nooks and crannies. This is like a guaranteed. The only thing that Williams came up with that I think's worth anything is the fractals, to be honest. It's pure simplicity. And so Bill's got his own thing here. I would ignore everything in here except for the fractals. The rest of it is too complicated. Way too complicated. Do not go there. Do not do that. So this is hard enough as it is. What this allows you to do is pick out your entry points. For beginners, now the girl that said I'm a beginner, you want to be a 10-year-old? Okay, so this is it. I'm not saying you should be a 10-year-old, but it helps. Let me make this very obvious, painfully obvious. So that is true. You know, I can't talk sophisticated all the time. Go to the indicator list. Break out the Williams fractals. It comes free with every platform. I would say this is the starting gate to trade on limits. Peach puff is not necessary. I would go with a very white. Because you want this to jump out at us. Or yellow. Like zone marking. Yellow zone marking stuff. So you prefer the most vibrant color. I think yellow is going to shear your head off more. So I go yellow because this is like alert. And I'm going to go big. Go big or go home. So I'm putting in fat fractals. Now, if you can't see these fractals, you got a fucking problem. So what you're going to do here is use this as a trading tool for order placement to the 1 hour chart. But be aware of the prices. Be aware of the tightness your stop needs to be. If you decide to sell every fractal, it's telling you where to sell. Right? You sell this fractal, you put all your orders above that yellow one. So after the yellow guy's formed, it's time to think about selling into that. You're going to go against Williams. Whatever Williams told you, you're going to go opposite. He's putting a buy stop here. But he's on the daily time frame. He's doing stuff like this. It's just harebrained bullshit. He's doing this. Put your sell stop here. You're in a downtrend. That's fine. Put a sell stop here. This is what Williams's intention was for the fractal system. Turtle trading. Sell this. Place a buy stop here. Where do you get filled? Where do you sell again? Sell here. But when you sell here, so I walked up to Bill Williams and asked him this question explicitly. I couldn't fucking believe what he was telling people. So I went to, I think I was in Washington, D.C. during a symposium or a seminar. And I said, dude, if you put a sell stop here, hello, what do you do about this pullback all the way to the floor, of this structure? He said, yes, that is a problem. I'm like, thank you very much. So do tops become bottoms? Yes, they do sometimes. Is this top going to become a bottom now? I don't think so. I think the downtrend's over. I think the dollar's screwed. So people are going to buy gold. They're going to sell the dollar. They're going to buy the CAD. It's over. They're going to go long. So NASDAQ's pulling back. Or NASDAQ's itching for a rally. So yeah, it's over. It's over. Everybody knows. It's countdown. $5 months to the election. 5 months. The poll numbers are real. It's over. Business as usual. Everybody's going to go back to business as usual now. So we're making money on this Australian dollar finally. I knew they'd see it my way. I knew they'd come around. How dare people get in my way? Against the wind. He was limiting against the wind. I'm down $100. 118 bucks sailing against the wind. Going for the big swing trade. Swing tradeology. Yeah, he's a swing tradeologist. Why does his car say, my other car is a Porsche? So my other car's... Bottom tick Betty. And top tick Tommy. We're alone in a room together. Check out my Gartley patterns. So I had this girl over here last night and I said, would you like to see my Gartley patterns? And she said, oh God, not again. Oh, that's right, you were over here last week. Fuck. I forgot. I just get carried away, so I didn't even notice. Golly. I'm sorry. Yeah, I can't. Apologizing doesn't make it right. Cashing out big time on my euro trade here finally. It's pulling back from the abyss. It's coming back to the my trend line I drew. It's respecting all my trend lines this morning. Every time frame's respected. It's top tick Tommy sell up there. Canadian dollar's reluctant. Big sell off here. The 4-hour charts. It's got a long way to go before it takes out that low. Let me put some tickets on that. Let's put some great ratios. Let's try to make 70. Let's try to make 50 pips with a 20 pip stop. Switch to 15-minute chart. Just trying to make it back to here on the 15. And then we can reload the wagon on limits here for the retest, possible retest, but we loaded up pretty heavy under the floor in this one. It's about 20K. 20 pips on the, I'm up 20 pips on the euro. Euro's cashing out, I think. This is a 5-minute euro flying off the supply zone off the top. So all the scalpers are jumping ship. It's time to put some buy limits 60 pips deep on the euro. Comes back into fair value for the scalp. I don't know, this day is kind of over here. So I think people are going to probably cash out here. And then sell it again. So if I dumped here, I'd put sell limits above here, or I'd just put them up here right now. Above the high of the day, 8 hours up here. Just put a crop it bullshit up here. It's a 5-minute chart. Let's see if it respects my trend line. Last time it didn't, and that's when I lost $5,000. You know, I said this market really has no respect for my trend lines. I don't get it. Like, so here's a breakout pullback retest, and then I put my trend line here, and I said, well, so no respect for that trend line. It's a new buy window. Okay. You gotta wait 2 more minutes to the 11:35. I mean 11. It's the 7 more minutes to 11:30. So if I go to the 15-minute chart, I want this thing to crash into this new abyss, this baby abyss here. Make sure which one I'm doing here. Okay. Australian dollar is ready to cash out of this Australian dollar. It's coming back to the scalp window, so I'm going to cash out of that. I'm just going to take profits on the Australian dollar trade. So I got one that's still hanging out, so I'm just going to get rid of it. It kind of gets on my nerves. That way I don't have to think about this trade at all. Now I can put the buy systems in here. The buy limits down here on the, let's see, what time frame. So that's a half hour Australian dollar. We scalp the top of that. Plenty of sells pending for 8 hours above in case we make a rally, but it looks like the only kind of money we're going to make now is little baby vacuums down here. So 8 hours, and this is going to be a grid drop instead of single drops. This is going to be, I'm going to call these MDs. These are multiple drops, so I have MD and SD. So you probably like to have FX, SD, FX, MD for multi-drops, because if you multi-drop like this, it's a total risk. I try to come up with a total risk here. So you're dropping a 3K. This is convenience. So if you don't want to drop, if you just want to put scalp, little scalp things here based on previous lows. So how to mark off the chart here. So this is going back to the girl that's I think I'll put the fractals on this one too. So if you go to Bill Williams, go to fractals, go to big yellow fractals. So in the 30-minute chart, what you want to do is sell into the lonely fractal. The fractal of fractals is the top tick Tommy of fractals. So if you do it at what time frame are you going to do is going to determine how many trades you get. If you're on the 1 hour fractals, you can see all the 1 hour faded fractals going against Bill Williams. Sell. You know you got filled. Guaranteed fill here. This is the bid chart. If you're selling, this is a guaranteed fill. You're back testing your trade plan at this point. So if you care to back test it, I'm going to pick these windows, and I'm going to say, don't forget this is 100 pips. This is $10 on a 1K. 10 to make 80. 10 to make $10 to make $8. $5 to make $8. So if I put on top of this a grid, if you're only trying to make 50 pips, then I'm going to put a 50 pip grid on here. But it's the one called grid. Don't use the one called grid if you want to put a bunch of tickets in. And you don't want to hide any of the tickets if you use the indicator called grid instead of handles. Handles are what's on here right now. This is a background image. Your tickets will not be hidden, but if I put on, and I'm just going to do it because it's a demo account, because we're trying to figure out how tight a stops are going to do. So I'm put a 25 pip grid on top of 100 pip handles. So the big line is 100, and these little guys are 25. So you can pick out the appropriate script you're going to run. This allows you to pick out the script. Come down to your script banks and say, well, I got a here's a 12 pip stop to make 28 pips. What is the this has got to be less than, so pick a 20 pip to make 40 pip. Here's 20 to make 60. Now that's a 6K in a 10 pip window. So I'm going to drop it, even though right now this will be a buy limit actually. But when this is happening, all of these tickets I'm dropping, when I drop this above, it becomes automatically a sell limit. When I drop it below, it's automatically a buy limit. So it's going to say buy limit. But you had so much time to put this trade on. I just don't think a lot of people are going to trade like this. Because if you have a bias, if you trade from fractal to fractal, if you sold up here, the first time you see that, you put your sell limits in, put sell limits. You get filled. You know you got filled. Where do you get out? So your target here had to be, I'm going to risk 12, 10. It's telling you right here, put your tickets in. Only a supply and demand trader could take that trade. Or somebody that believes that that is a place to sell. You have to believe it. Is it the place to sell forever? No, that's where people fuck up. That is not the place to sell forever. That's the place to sell if you're a day trader, I think, honestly. Let's be realistic. If you're going to sell that shit, you better get out. By the same token, at this lonely wick, because there's buyers coming in there. You could have taken either trade on that. You could have bought. You should be short right now. You could have shorted that, and this is going to be a short now. You should be short based on the last fractal. You're up on the trade. Just fade the fractal on the 1 hour chart. Now certainly the guy that's long on the 4 hour chart, because he went long the fractal, yes, he is in a winning trade, and you're technically trading against him. You're both making money. On the 4 hour chart, he went long here. I get it. Bill went long here. Yeah, them fractals work real good. He went long here on this fractal. He went long the 4 hour fractal. You went short the 1 hour. He's up. You're up. See how that works? You're both up. When the doors, when the thing turns around though, look at the guy that stepped in front of the fractal on the 4 hour. Sell, sell, sell. How'd he make out? If you sell into the, when does it not work? I don't see. Well, I mean, if you sold here and you blew up your account, if you didn't scalp out to the logical scalp out point, I really wish I could draw on the screen, but I'm gonna have to do this. Unfortunately, to take drastic measures. So it's painfully obvious. If you're selling on blue into the fractal, where do you got to get out? The last known high. Right there. So you would have made how much money? Presupposing in this 25 pip window, you did not get stopped out. You sold into this. Sell, sell, sell. It comes back to starting point and beyond. Right? The next session, it's down here. So all the supply and demand shit's all going around in circles without regard to a moving average. Let's look at my Canadian dollars. Canadian dollars coming back to the floor. So we could dump it. And we could re-rack. We got our choice on that. I guess that's a cool part about getting in on limits is you got the choice that if you find yourself up on the trade because you stood in front of the abyss, the train. So the Australian dollar scalp, like I said, I couldn't bear to watch it. I bet if I would have stayed in that trade, it would have done better. A little bit. That was the pullback. We dumped. We got plenty of exposure to the north side for a rally tonight into the close of the market where the I'm setting up for what is this? This is the 25 pip grid. 25 pip grid with Williams fractals on the 15 now. So for the 15-minute scalpers, we can see the entry. You're going to, with a very high probability, be able to buy this, sell this top tick Tommy ship, but you got to get out, right? You got to get out. Like, you can see all the sells you missed. You have to be a top tick Tommy guy, and then you got to get the hell out when it comes back to the last known structures, right? You can't, like, so if you're going to counter trend trade that, right, or if you're going to trend trade it, you're looking for this triple fill. If you go to the half hour, right, so, you know, if you wanted to build a robot based on fading the fractal, on the half hour robot's going to fill once here, the 15-minute fader fractal, you know, fade the fractal, but it's got to be aware of, it's got to have targets, right? There's a 25 pip grid. I suppose if the spread was tight enough, we could go with the 1 minute fractals. Actually, this is you're just paying the spread here, believe it or not. This broker, there's no commissions on this broker. You're just paying the spread, so you probably could. Here's the 1 minute chart. Zero spread. I mean, zero commissions, sorry. Zero commissions, but the spread is 1. It's pretty good. So, your robot built upon the fading the fractals. The robot would be looking for a lot of fractals. I suppose this is the 5 minute here. Right, there's 3 on the 5. So the 5 minute bot's going to try to buy this plunge zone here. Take the ST plunge trader. It's crawling back on the 1 hour. So now we need to start to engulf that. Let's go to the 4 hour. I mean, that's a daily, so the daily supply zone was crushed. This would be a Williams fractal. Let's turn on the Williams fractal. So we're really going against Bill on the smaller time frames. On the larger time frames, and based on your stop, you know. So poor Bill went short here, you know. So you went long. You had 2 reasons to go long. Okay, so this is better than this poor girl wanted to trade stocks. I don't think so. Just sell into this abyss. Right, you're up 300 pips from the top of this. Right, you're up at 250, 300 pips here. It's painfully obvious auction. This is Thursday's entry. I just buy like crazy down here. So where's the next buy zone? 100 pip window. What do you think we're going to get down there? Well, based on my Gartley patterns, you know, this one calls for Robinacci. I hate to pull rank and get my Robinaccis out. Kind of just blast everybody, show them how good a trader I really am. I call this the 100 pip box. Steel blue. You plan out the whole rest of the year here. It's amazing. Look at the weekly. What a sell. What a supply zone. Look at that shit. Oof. Oh, man. That's rare. Even the monthly fractals made money. Look at these buys. Tells you right where to buy. Can't beat that. Not even with a stick. What is wrong with people? People, step away from the Garleys, please, for the love of Pete. For the love of Pete. For Pete's sake and the love of Pete. Everybody included across the boards, across the universe. Fractal traders unite. When does it go terribly wrong trading this style, though? Here's a prime example. So you tell me you sold into this? You better have deep pockets. But then again, look at the reward. So surely in the daily fractals, there's got to be to the weekly fractals are a little rough. Imagine you sold into this. 2019. Pandemic. Look at these top tick Tommies on the monthly CAD. Look at this monthly CAD. So lately, all the channel traders are making so much money. I actually deleted I had to build a manual channel there. Wow. I think the dollar is cooked. Smacking on the floor. Let's see. I'm going to try to buy the Australian dollar tonight. I don't know if there's news coming out. Let's put some break-even 20 pip winners down here. So I'm just going to use the Williams fractal here as my guide, as my stick. It's my stop indicator. Where's your stop at? It kind of shows you everybody's stops are just below the fractal there to go the other way. I'm going to fade the fractal. So now what? Japan's closed. What's a holiday in Japan? Is this where a mass day for where your favorite mask day? When's Talk Like a Pirate Day coming? I miss those kind of days. Talk like a pirate, please. Step up and talk like a pirate. Market's crawling out of the hole. Crawling back to the floor. Back to the fractal. This is where Bill went short. Billy Bob. That's the other fractal. He went short there and made money. He went short up here and made money. Well, so we wait. The waiting game. That's how it typically ends, just like that. We like the trio format. You can stretch out. You can't fuck up a trio. It's the tripod mentality. It can't fall over. Tripods don't fall over. That's why they use those tripods in photography. So they don't tip over. It's amazing. Stuck in the middle. Fair value here. Stuck in the middle with you. Cut your ear off. Put some gasoline on you. Looking for the retrace. Retrace in your face. The bear ride's over. Time for the short squeeze. Ruh-roh. Step out of the way, people. It's going to go the other way now. Just to piss everybody off. It's going to go the other way. I just can't win. They keep stopping me out. I can't win. It's killing me. So I called my broker and I said, you got to stop stopping me out. He said, what? I said, no, really, this time. I mean it, or I'm going to move my account. Playing tricks on me, widening the spread and everything. Now I'm blowing up my account. I was right about the move, but you stopped me out. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Is anybody out there? So what's the state of affairs? Are we ready to get the new thing going? That Discord link might have actually dissolved or something. I never know if the Discord thing's expiring or it's good till canceled. I never know. Really? The one I just dropped? Really? Fuck. Shit, I'm in the room. Huh. Maybe they banned you. Have you done something bad in the last 3 years or 30 years? Here, I'll try this. The one in the link at the bottom might be bad. It might be expired. I don't know. You know, it's I have no idea what the qualifier is now. I'm walking on eggshells over here, but last time they banned me on YouTube for saying that my underwear was too tight, and I was like, but it is. And they're like, no, it's not. Something about widespread. I think it was man-spreading. Yeah, it was about man-spreading. I'm sorry, ladies, but, you know, tough day at work, especially if you have thunder thighs. Man-spreading's mandatory, unless you just, I guess if you're pre-op, you don't even care, right? If you numb down there, can't feel nothing. Let me turn on my, I don't know how to turn this on. I'm going to go back to my systems. I'm new at the OBS. I gotta be careful here. I want to cause some kind of intergalactical feedback, piercing feedback. Rip your headphones off feedback. That's why we ride bareback here. No headphones. No headphones allowed. No, I got the volume knob in front of me. If I have to get on top of it and mount it with my thumb and forefinger, turn that volume down and up. Up and down, up and down. Market's up and down. Markets are like sex. I'm just saying. I'm speaking for a friend. A friend in need is a friend indeed. That's what the next president's going to be saying. So she's already slated to come out. Welcome to the floors. Welcome to the new world order. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Oh, that's what we're going to do with you. Is there another? Do you have a twin that's a trader? We could do experiments. Think about it. Just think about it. It's been done. People do it. Okay. Retracing on the dollar CAD. 15-minute chart screaming back through the fractal madness. Trap below the 4-hour floor. Serious fractal destruction. Technical damage has been done. Step away from the dollar CAD pair. It's not for you. You blow up count last time. Remember that time you sold this breakout based on the Williams fractal? How'd that work out? Look at the top of this thing, Jesus. 100 pip grid. The scalper's going to be getting out pretty soon. I reckon they're going to dump everything here at the last entry level. This is painfully obvious near-term supply. Like if you got to get something at the party store, it's right down the road here. Let's get her done, trade. Get her done. Just get the fuck out up here. Or go short, you know. I'm afraid to go short there, but I think I'm always afraid of going short into this possible psycho retrace that might come slamming back to this level easily. This is a high probability. What we got here? Let's give this a blue, medium blue. It's a big deal. So that's our last known floor that we exploded out. Anybody that stepped in front of that train and bought everything below this fractal, I think they're probably going to be happy cashing out at that one. Not to mention these people that went long. Anything below here they went long. That's going to be their exit. Let's dial into this. So if you fix the scale, you can see all these guys dumping here. That's my lost leader. I bought the beginning of the vacuum. So my target's more like here. Dollar CAD. So this giant vault of insanity. Then there's let's see if I copy this one out. Getting my trusty keyboard out now. Now it's becoming a job. This is when it becomes work. It's a whole bunch of work now. Give me a mouse or give me death. Okay. I think everybody's cashing out here. They jump down to the 1 minute chart, screaming into this level. So we could dump the whole thing here. There's going to be a lot of people dumping right here. This is 5 minutes before 1 o'clock, 5 minutes before they updated the 4-hour chart. Let's go to the 4-hour candles now. It's this big power hammer. That's what's been going on all day on dollar CAD since last night. The hedge bots. Any hedge bot worth its salt jumped on this train here. I got on this box, put on a hedge, good ratios, lost one leg, or just you kind of felt it was going to tank into that zone. You had a feeling, maybe, feeling deep inside, because you put on the Let It Be album. Next thing you know, I got a feeling deep inside. Oh yeah. Medium slate blue. That candle right there. Pretty subtle. Moving average of one period is down. So you know it's going down. That's how you know it's in a downtrend. So this is the tightest moving average I could find. I took all the lag out of the trend here. This candles with a 1 period moving average. You would only sell rallies, so the only sells would have been here. And here's the doji. So you have that bonus. The doji bonus. Oh yeah, let's see here. How about this light sky blue? Interesting. I don't know what I'm adding colors to colors. I'm curious to see what the next color is going to be. All right, so inverted hammer, morning star, gravestone, dragonfly, very small body. On the 4-hour charts, the 4-hour robots would glom onto that, so good trade for them. Good trade here too. This is a big deal. Now we trap the 1-hour guys. Right, the 1-hour fractal guys are trapped under the floor. Scalpers have got out. The big target trade is here today. Looking for the smash up. Is he Wango or is he Tango? This is also the other question of our time. Ted Nugent could see the future. He could see this problem about boys and girls coming, so he said, is he Wango or is he Tango? Is he yin or is he yang? He's yang. He's too yang. Be buying the dollar versus the yen tonight if it crashes into my bank. So it's a big scramble. It is 2 minutes before 1 o'clock. I'm ready to get out of this trade at any moment, any second. Let's go to consult the 1 minute chart. Let's say dump it right now. Get ready to pull the cash out button here into this top tick Tommy. So I'm going to dump the whole thing right now. Just this symbol. And now I'm going to re-rack it. I'm underwater on those top two tickets. So I'm going to come in with these medium aggressive. Get in here now. So we just dumped everything. Only holding I got 2K left. I got 2 losers left here, so I'm just going to take this off. Go flat, and then I'm going to re-rack this whole thing. It could keep going up, but that's okay. I'm going to get in pretty aggressive right underneath it, so that won't make too much of a difference, especially if I'm going to put in my targets right now. So I'm just trying to make 20 pips. We're going to start buying here for 8 hours, and these are probably fill. Here's a bad ratio, 40 pip stop to make 20. That's a 6K. So I'm counting on the retest. time to think about buying the Australian dollar now in this plunge. So I guess I like this little pocket, this high probability crash zone. That's my kind of favored nation status. I like this kind of entry technique because it's a scalp. It's high probability. Selling the top of this today was a high probability. Fade the fractals on the 1 hour Williams fractal. That was a good sell. And then coming underneath for the buy here tonight, anything below that fractal, I put in these 8 hours scalps and what have you, just nonsense down here. So each fractal gets an order bank. Here's another Williams fractal. There's another one. I'll make those white. I'm going to make them white. I'm going to make these damn indicators white now. There's so many tickets on there, I can't even look at the indicators. I could go to the edge of the market now, edge of the chart. Let's put this in at giant white size. So yellow's too subtle. I want to make it coincide with the line. So coincide with the line chart, the white of this fractal. So talking about simplicity, let's make the fractals giant in white and make the line chart white so you can see the fractals. You got a quadruple top here, but you could just have a triple top in fractals. So in this 1 hour trading system, you're going to buy below the fractal. This is a 25 pip grid, so you're going to need a 25 pip stop to make your 25 and your 50 pip targets here, and this is your 75 pip target to the round number. Same thing on the top. So the top's going to be counter trend trading. You're going to sell up here on this fractal, but you're only going to make X. Because if that is a sell, then this has to be a buy. But see, Williams, unless you go to the half-hour chart, you will not see that entry. So if you want to work harder, you just go to the half-hour chart and you just take the, there's more trades here, right? Because you're going to take, start over. So in the half-hour, there's twice as many trades, maybe 3 times, I don't know. If you start buying here, because Williams is showing you that, plus it's a swing low. If you commit to a column of tickets to here, and then your martingale bank or your next insane good bank comes in here. So trading for dummies, basically. Yes, if you're 10 years old, you could get this half-hour chart. Now, same thing on the top side, but why is the market crushing so hard to the north here? What's this all about? The answer lies in going to the 4-hour chart. So here you'd have to be a little bit beyond a 10-year-old maybe, but maybe not, you know. So where's the landscape? What is the field? Why is it so ambitiously going up? I see, because the first fill, if you just let Williams pick the turning point for you. So here's this column of price, and then you got this one here, which is the real trigger, right? Everything above that. So when that happened, the people that were willing to step in front of the train, let me make this a different color box. So there's all sorts of people in these trades. I suppose the winning side, I'm thinking about winning traders only here, of course, right? Whether you're retail or whatever you're doing. Make this one blue. So this is going to be your, and of course at this rate, I would take into account all of these on the 4-hour chart. I would certainly take into account these things, because that's going to matter. But the guy that sold early, so he put his sell limit right on this very top fractal, and it looks like he got filled at this broker, filled him, guaranteed fill because that's the bid. We don't know what the spread was here. So if the news came out and the spread was really wide, technically, if the spread was 25 pips, you got kicked out of that. So we don't know about that. But it did come up here and smack that. And if your exit door was going to be down here in this spot, then okay, let's pick a different color here. So if you sold that box there and you're going to cover at the last known high in fractal, you certainly made that money. By the time you got to, if you waited long enough, you could actually have cashed out here, a little deeper in. And then once again, it goes up again. And you can't see it on the 4-hour chart, but trust and believe there's a fractal here. So you could have sold that. And your cash out's going to be pulling back here. Then you're going to sell new highs again on the 4-hour chart. But now you're cutting into these supply zones. So if you had your tickets pending there, and you go to the 1-hour chart, you see you got filled here. But it's easier to put your orders on the fractals on the 1 hour and just sell this, right? There's no need to look at the 4-hour chart. I'm just doing that to show how when you're looking to the left, you got to be careful, because when it takes out this daily fractal, you're going into psycho abyss to the north. It's just, so here's why Williams is saying buy this fractal. Okay, that's just ridiculous. You need to buy this fractal and buy this fractal. Which one makes more money, you know? Buying this because your buy limits are sitting below that, or your buy limits are sitting below these triples. Which one makes more money? More pips, I should say. Of course, I'm on the 4-hour chart now. So it depends. If you really want to be a really active trader, I guess you're going to go to the 15-minute chart and just blow your brains out. But here, once again, if you zoom out, it may look overwhelming. Maybe you can make the fractal smaller. Maybe I went over the top there. That's why I'm saying a half-hour chart's going to be more money per more high probability trades, I think. Like this one, you know, you would have buy limits. Of course, it's late in the day, but you know, technically you should have sell limits above here and buy limits below here. Now your target's probably got to be shallow, and so you want to force a trade, you just go to the 15-minute chart. But if you start like here, if you try to force this, let me just get rid of this. Okay, so if you try to say, oh, I'm going to buy. So it did work out, right? If you put you got buy limits, you really want to get in. This is a very tight spread here on Australian dollar. So you're buying all these crops of stuff here, and then when you see this, instead of putting your buy limit on this top, you're going to have to aggressively say, well, I'll buy everything from this fractal, and I'm going to load the wagon because the spread is so tight on this broker. I'm going to load the wagon here. By the time it engulfs and goes auctions up into this thing, and then it comes back to that, right? It comes back to, we're not waiting for it to come back to that. We just dump, or we're selling into that. And it's just ebb and flow thing. So I wouldn't take like right now, the sell limits would be stacking up here, but the better sell limit's always going to be on the half-hour chart to just start selling into the night. So in the half hour, you know, look at all these juicy entries on the half hour. Of course, you need the right stop to fit the instrument you're trading, but these are definitely, on the 1 hour, it's going to be pretty tame trading. Not a lot of trades, 1 or 2 trades a day. I see 1 or 2 trades a day on the daily Williams fractal fading system. Going against Billy. So confusing. Uh-oh. Type in the Discord. Nothing. Okay. Sorry. Maybe I'm ignoring you. Really? Nothing. Okay. So it doesn't let you in, huh? Jeez. I'm really not a Discordologist, so I shouldn't even be saying I'm on Discord because... But the link that I put in the chat should be right. Huh. Well, let me just send you the link to the main thing, maybe. Here, let me just... To the whole Discord thing. Let me see if that works. I'm really not a Discord. Let me take a look. Since you actually care, there's not a lot of people here, so you certainly, your vote holds a lot of weight at the moment. And I'm trying to sift through my Discordology. Fuck. Sure. Gosh, if I only knew how to do it. Let's see. What's the name of the channel? Oof. Yeah, that's tough. Oh, maybe this is it. No. Invite people. Okay. Use button. Okay. Okay, apparently this is good for 7 days. Let me make it good forever, right? Okay, so it expires after Neverland. So they're telling me. So try this one. This is the main vein. This will get you in the front door. You don't have to come in the back door like some kind of, like the help. Like when you got a mask on. Mask up. That's the main vein, supposedly. Trading markets. It's supposed to be called trading markets. But people have hacked it and racked it and destroyed it and abused it. It's been around the block. So I'm listening in. Anyways, so your name 1, it's name 2. Is that the punchline to a joke that's really hysterical? There's a big backstory to that name you have. Yeah, I'm a terrible broadcaster. I'm also on Twitch, but I think people are probably ignoring me there. They got one viewer at Twitch, and it's me. I've been on for 3 hours and 30 minutes. I'm not very good at promoting my channel, apparently. I plead guilty. Improper broadcasting techniques. Technics. Is it Technics or Techniques, that gear from 1980? Big ass transformers. Big ass power supplies. I know the Discord thing is, I don't even have like that phone. People got the phone confirmation thing turned on. Okay, we're coming back to the starting gate on my buy limits I just dropped on the... it's a good thing we dumped everything. Now we can sit back, relax, and buy on limits. It's my favorite way to trade, is relaxing on limits. The lazy man's entry. Yeah, so you have to go down to where it says Boomer support voice channels. If you're first time on Discord, you probably take you about 30 hours to find it. I know it took me. I can't even get in and out of my own fucking Discord, so this looks like a buy on the 15. If you're into that kind of trade, so either you're holding this for the swing or you got out like I just scalped out. I'm gonna re-rack it though. I'll re-rack that. Take it to the re-rack. Whatever happened to the S&P? I put some trades over here. I've been paying attention. I gotta go take a look at that. Wow.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, let me just yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Wait, let me turn you on.
I can hear you fine.
Oh, there you go. That's on. So they wouldn't let you
I
in,
wanted to
huh?
ask you a couple of questions.
Yeah. What's up? Are you over in 6 hours? Must be about 6 p.m. there.
I'm in Africa.
Africa? Jesus.
Yeah.
Man, you really know how to get the hell out of that. You've lived there your whole life? You've been there?
Yeah, I lived my whole life.
Wow. What a trooper. So what's the weather like? Hotter than hell, right? Summertime, no?
Now it's winter time, but it's hot.
Oh, really? Sweet.
I live on the East Coast.
Oh, really? Wow. So you get hurricanes out there and stuff coming in? No? No bad weather, right?
No hurricanes, rather.
Wow.
Floods.
Boy, it's a good connection, man. In the old days, that cost $1 a minute to talk to you. 50 years ago, it'd be $1 a minute. I don't even think it'd sound that good, actually. It'd be all distorted and echoey and get a calling
Now
card.
technology is pretty good these days.
What's that?
I said technology is pretty good these days.
Yeah, I think people are spoiled big time. They don't know how good they got it.
Definitely.
Yeah, if the grid goes down, I think
know.
people are going to commit suicide if the electricity goes out. I think it's going to happen.
If
Kill
you
themselves.
look 10 years ago, everybody was not on YouTube or on their phones. But we know that's the classic problem now. Even myself. You get bored if you're not on your phone or watching something.
Yeah, I think so. I feel like there's so much material. I have a big appetite to learn stuff. So for me, unfortunately, I'm addicted to YouTube. So I watch movies and I watch, people interviewed and all that stuff, and I fall asleep with it on. So I wake up. I like to fall asleep to the crime reels of these monotone guys that are telling about some guy getting his head cut off. It's very soothing to me. So I'll put that in. I fall asleep real easy. Can never fall asleep to that stuff that they say you can fall asleep to a rainstorm. I'm like, no, I got to fall asleep to somebody telling you about, the lady that killed her whole family. I find it soothing. Fall asleep to, yeah, and then she put him in the pond.
I used to watch a lot of movies, but the last 3 months I'm not watching anything. Just watching YouTube shorts.
Yeah, the movies. I mean, I come and go on that, but I had to change my search tool to not just horror movies. I put adult horror movies in, and I came across some really crazy stuff. And I put horror suspense in there, and I get suspense movies which are kind of horrific sometimes, and but some are just so they're like chick flick horror flicks. In other words, it's about people feeling bad for hours on end in front of the camera. So it's very emotionally torturing for them. But I don't. The slasher movies are tough because I got to look away. I'm not into the blood, but I like the script. I like the idea that we're going to cut off his head, and it's interesting. Plot, if they call that a plot.
Listen, man, I just want to ask you something. I've been watching your channel for like since the lockdown actually. I was scrolling through and I found you in March 2020. What I did was I sorted your channel from oldest to newest, and I started watching your oldest stuff. I got the idea of what you're saying, but my problem is with your way of trading. How do you, you know, like you say, fade the fractal, for example, and that vacuum that's there? I've been demoing your way of trading for such a long time, almost 2 years now. Man, I don't know. The way I lay out the grid, it just, maybe I'm doing something wrong. Maybe it's
Yeah. Well,
because the way it goes, I just get stopped out. Or if 90% of my tickets get stopped out and the last 10% remain,
right.
that's not enough to make up the losses.
Absolutely. No, it's not. So, what currencies are you trading? Which currencies are you going into now? I mean, which ones were you doing when that happened? Which currency
Pound,
pairs?
pound, euro,
Pound
the
to the euro.
majors.
Wow. So the pound to euro is pretty tame, but there was a time when it spiked like a motherfucker. Is that when you went short, or when it went up? That spike. So no, it was when it spikes into the vacuum. If you don't look at the monthly charts, so when the euro took out a 20-year low here last week, 2 weeks ago, you can't stand in front of it with 20 pip stops because the vacuum is
That's the problem. Now, how do you decide
ruling.
how big to make a stop?
Okay, so if it's like, okay, so if you have $1,000 account and you figure that you're going to put 100 pip stops on some of these tickets, so the tickets that I have posted are only this. Those are based on scalping the euro. So I got 20 pip stops, I got 30 pip stops, I got 18, I got 26. So you pick how much you want to risk. So you have to reverse engineer this situation. How much you want to risk per trade? Is it $10 or $20 per trade? If you risk $20 per trade, you can get in like an idiot. Say the market drops 50 pips, but you got a 200 pip stop on this entry, which means $20, and so you have that. You get filled on that, and then you come in with maybe a 100 pip stop. Now, in markets that drop 300 pips, like the guppy, in one day, then you have to lay tracks so wide. You can't just take a 10K. I have these 10K racks that I wrote that are just ridiculous. It buys every pip in a 10K window for 8 hours. Now, when you place that in the market, the trade location is so critical, but you have to be right in the shelf of a supply window. So, yeah, standing in front of that giant vacuum and trying to buy into it, you'd have to have, if you're a swing trader, you would just normally trade with a 100 pip stop or a 50 pip stop or a 200 pip stop, trying to make 400 pips, 300 pips, 800 pips. And you're going to wait 8 days to get paid on that. So it's about how long do you want to be in the trade? How long were you?
Yeah, I suppose.
how long were you in the trade before you got stopped out? So in like 4 hours they
Yeah, that's
wiped
the
you
other thing.
out.
I
Was it a
was
vacuum, like a 4 hour vacuum, or because the weekly vacuum? Like I said, this Nasdaq right now, I wouldn't even try to sell this into the vacuum. Look at the Nasdaq on the 4 hour chart. There's a vacuum above here that's so brutal that all you need to have is some guy say, "Well, I'm just gonna fucking go. I'm gonna go full retard mineral rights down in fucking Texas. We're just gonna drill for oil next week. Crude oil is gonna crash. Um, Nasdaq's gonna go, I believe, flying into this vacuum here. But there's scalps in there. There's scalps up on top of that. Here, I'll turn it on since you're on the thing with me. I'll turn it on the screen so you can see what I'm talking about. So this is the. God, that should be it, right? I hope this is the right chart. So see, that's the Nasdaq. I'm broadcasting on the. I'm on the Discord broadcasting. I'm sharing my screen there on Discord, so you don't have to look at the internet's lagged out. But so I think that in the long run, this thing's going to pop north. Look at the daily, and look at the week. When you look at the weekly chart, so the weekly charts do matter to people. That's like if you're trying to scalp these vacuums and stuff on the demo, and they're just crushing you, and you're running out of margin, or you're just getting stopped out. Then that's based on the fact that it's just too tight a stop. So you have to say you're going to trade smaller size and risk more per trade. So you maybe have a $8 stop, an 80 pip stop, it's 40 pip stop. And then you got to have, I guess, the market structure in your mind. Here's a weekly NASDAQ. So you have a hammer, a weekly hammer from last week. Coming into this week with a hammer like this? I mean, come on, man. Who's selling NASDAQ here? Did you know they're going to do it? I mean, you just can't even, I can't imagine. Same thing with Bitcoin. But yeah, that's a problem. So, yeah, so you're trading the euro versus the pound. I got that on my system, actually. How long ago was that? Because I'm looking at the chart. I got the chart myself. I'm trading that thing myself. Yeah, euro pound is crazy. Because there was a spike here about 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. Where it went ripped up 100 pips and came back 100 pips in one day. It's kind of rare for that currency. Lately, that thing's been pretty tame. So there was also a on the weekly euro versus the pound. If you were trading this thing like 2 years ago, you just would have got it killed. This thing went up 1,000 pips in 2 weeks. So yeah, that's a tough pair. So you just demo trade now, or you just gave up on it, or what are you doing now?
I've blown all my live accounts. I've been trading for 7 years and tried most things. Maybe I don't know what it is, but anyway.
Well, what's your
but now I'm
normal?
just demoing.
So before you were trading, before you were trying to buy the vacuum, what style trade were you doing that back then?
That's my problem. It's the classic system hopping thing. Started out with Fibonacci, trend lines, moving averages, pull back into moving average.
Right.
I was on classic supply and demand before I watched your stuff. What else? I didn't get into any kind of futures or things with the order flow. I mean, the depth of market and that kind of stuff. That doesn't make sense to me at all.
Yeah, it's pretty tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
So,
it's really tough. I mean, like it's really the problem I have with the the moving average and all that. The trend line stuff's just kind of like when I get bored, I'll do trend lines. If I get bored on the trend lines, so I couldn't base a trade on that, so I decided I would just base a trade on the market going. Like if the market's going up, I'm thinking, how can I sell it? And when it's going down, how can I buy it? Because I feel like I missed the move there. I'm not going to chase it, so I think that's the starting point. So if you're sitting on the sidelines waiting to get filled because you put your orders outside current price by X amount of pips looking for some type of retracement trade, I think that's different than, say, when it comes to the end of the day here. At the end of the day, you buy the dollar CAD, you say, you know what? It's down in the daily. I'm just going to buy this with a big wide stop. I'm going to buy a 10K at the market with a 100 pip stop, risk $100. If it goes up 50, 50 pips, I'll get out. I'll take my money and I'll run. Take my $50 and run. And but I think most people are looking for something they can repeat over and over again, because that's kind of like a sort of hit miss, isn't it? But so if you got the scripts that you decided this is going to be 20 pip stop, this is going to be a 30, this is going to be 40, my max stop is 50. Once it goes beyond 50, there's too much volatility for me, and I'm just going to wait. I'm just going to let them stop me up. So if you have orders sitting, if you take out that 50 and the account goes flat, and you're in no positions, but you got another bank that's 150 pips deep. That makes sense logically if you believe in supply and demand zones or vacuums, or you believe that there's shelves and there's really high value. I heard this guy talking supply and demand. He was doing market profile. He goes, we trade value, not price. I'm like, tell your broker that. At the end of the day, well, we're buying down here because it's a good value. I mean, the price, yeah, they stopped me out, but oh, it's stupid. So look at this 4-hour dollar CAD, triple bottom. We wicked into the, we took out all these people. We got a hammer here on the 4-hour. It looks like a nice drift up to at least here. But yeah, it's just, I would not, like I said, this was not some place I would stand in front of this vacuum. Unless you wanted to like wait until this thing goes up 150 pips to here and you cash out, you know. And that could happen, but it's going to take some time. That's a 4-hour chart. I think that the more likely we make it to this inverted hammer and we get out. So if you go to the 1-hour chart, it's going to look like, you know, this is the top of the box here. This is where a double bottom became a top on the 1-hour and everything just came unwrapped. So these structures, you'd have to fit your tickets stopwise and everything to fit that. So if you would have loaded the wagon under this, you'd already be out of that trade, right? Scalp rules would say, well, this is the floor and closing prices. This is where the scalpers got out earlier today. So they bailed here. The guys that are riding this into the night, they're going to get out here. And the people that think this is the buying opportunity, here's where a double bottom, one single bottom became a double top on the 30 going down the stairway to hell. So either you choose to buy into the plunge, or you're going to ride it here and just keep pulling the trigger on this obvious stairway to hell. You got tops. You got to have your finger on the trigger, though. You got to sell, sell, sell. Right? And then when are you going to take profits? Well, it better be soon because you're coming down into this thing, man. So if you see this, you're like, holy shit. That's why this reversed right on the half-hour, turned on a dime. I guess everybody's making money on this. Now I would move these. If it was real money, I'd move these targets up. I'd open those tickets real fast. But I did put some greedy targets in. There's only a few of these lighting up now. I only got 2 that are going to scalp out. The rest is the euro. I shorted the euro. I'm up 27 pips short in the euro. Let's see here. No, it's really difficult. I mean, just buying into the vacuum is not enough. Absolutely not enough. So you have to draw these charts on the 1 hour. This is going to be the floor, the one that we just crushed. I would cash everything out here, and I would reload again. I'm underwater on these, but now I'm above water on these tickets on this account. The NASDAQ's ready to plunge, so I'd buy this. I just wrote. So here's another thing: is that I did the same thing. So I traded this. I traded NASDAQ, you know, with too tight of stops. I blew up the account. Some guy was commenting about it. I'm like, dude, of course, you know. So here I wrote $100 stop to make 68-hour drop here NASDAQ. The NASDAQ looks like it's going to crash down here into the supply zone. This is Sunday night. This is the 4-hour chart. This is opening bell. Wait, I'm wrong chart. I got to switch it. The fuck did I do that? Please hold. So here's the NASDAQ buying this plunge. I put the 100 pip stops in. I got to change the screen share on Discord here. You won't know what I'm talking about. Oh, you can see it. Fuck, I didn't change it on the internet. Oh well. Nobody cares. We figured that a long time ago. You think people care and they don't. Catch a falling knife on NASDAQ coming into the close. Big sell off into the close. So I put my 2-hour tickets. Here's a 4-hour. I like this one. 8 hours. Risk $80 to make $60. And just come in super deep on the structure there. Top tick Tommy's winning again today in the NASDAQ. He sold this. So we're going to buy into fair value now on the NASDAQ. I'm going to say fair value is going to be, I'm just going to, well, in the middle of the road there. I'm taking this area here. Or I could take it from the top. I figure there's a lot of buyers all the way down here. They want to get in.
Okay, Simpleton, I'm going now. I'll speak to you again sometime.
All right, man. Sorry. If you wanted to, yeah, I just, like I said, I don't know if you did it make sense what I said?
Yeah, no, I watched so many of your videos. Makes
I'm
complete
sorry to hear
sense.
that. Well, that probably the problem right there.
Watching too many of your videos.
Yeah, no, because I'm just ridiculous. I actually put in so much. So I'm putting in. Some people are saying, "Well, look, you blew up the account." Yeah, I was just putting in like gobs of tickets, but so sometimes that works out, right? So if it does crush down and retrace, you go, "Oh, it worked out that time." But of course, yeah, the big danger is going to be if it's a 30-year low or a 3-month low, and you're right on the daily charts and you're zoomed into the 15-minute chart, you could just get blindsided. You're gonna think, "Oh, this looks like a plunge I could buy." No, it's not, because if it's a 40-year low, if it's a 100-year low, people's heads are gonna explode. I mean, when the euro goes to 50 cents, like like the New Zealand dollar, what if that happens? So, anyways, yeah. So take care, dude. Yeah, thanks for finally getting through the
Okay, man.
firewall there.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
the first link didn't look right, but the second link looked like the examples they gave in Discord.
Yeah,
That
that one
that was
probably
fine.
took you to Porn Site or something. The other one, it's like an 800 number.
Yeah, no, some
One eight hundred.
MT4
I love
number.
me. Love you long time. 1-800 me. Love you long time.
Yeah, no, I'd rather stay away from that.
Stay away from the working girls. I'm gonna pick up these
Best to
souvenirs.
do that. Okay, man.
All right,
Catch you
man.
later.
Talk to you.
Bye.
Are you ready for the end of the world? Welcome to the end of the world. TT guy's here. The GoFundMe failed. We didn't get him a microphone. Nobody stepped up to the plate. No one bought him the microphone he needed. What's going on?
I'm good, buddy. I really
watching the end of the world, watching the wheels come off the train here.
Of course.
Joe's shaking his hands with midair again.
Oh boy.
That should make that's making Bitcoin go up. Don't you understand how that works fundamentally? When you reach out and shake nobody's hand, reach out and hug somebody that it's not there, it makes Bitcoin go up. It's directly connected, obviously.
You're a lot taller than I thought, than I pictured you.
Yeah. Boy, maybe he rides his bicycle. Let's see how that works. At least he's not trying to ride a bike that he doesn't have. That'll be next. He'll try to
we're in trouble.
What if he starts eating ice cream that he doesn't have? What if he becomes a mime? He could go tour as a mime. I went to the Joe Biden School of Mimeism. I'm really good at it. You're gonna think I'm shaking somebody's hand, but I'm not.
You must be.
Wait till you see how I shake the air.
I have. Is not the opposite of the Evel Knievel trade the against the wind trade, the Bob Seger trade? Isn't that? Aren't they the polar opposites of each other?
Yeah, against the wind. Against Evil's wind.
Against
that's right. Evil's vapor trail.
Tommy, he goes the other way.
Well, the vacuum trade is going to be Evil's. Evil goes so fast he leaves like a sonic boom behind. Like a sonic vacuum.
At least. Okay. We can arrange for that.
So he's faster than a what was it? Concorde was Mach 2 or some shit. And when it goes
2.1.
yeah, I remember if you go to Israel, that you can hear the U.S. planes above you. You can't see them, but you hear this boom.
Sure. Well, those are these probably.
They fly air support over Israel all day long. It's crazy.
Sure. I had one of my profs worked on the Concorde. He worked on the wings. What a sweet guy, Dr. Downer. Just a really nice guy.
You want to be nice to that guy just before you get on the plane. Give him a tip.
No, but just he was.
I hope you put these wings together right. I always check to make sure he's got the right wrench. He's a wingman. He's a real wingman, then.
No.
You're saying. Even at the bar, he's a wingman. At the bar. Yeah.
They loved the shape of those wings. It looked like a girl sitting on her nice tushy. So don't think that that's not on their minds all the time, these engineers. How do we make it look like a girl's ass and still fly supersonically? That's the challenge. I'm just joking, guys.
The stealth fighter for the shy person. Cloaking device. Star Trek cloaking device. That's what you need.
Oh.
It's like a burqa for your. It's like when that Copperfield guy makes like a jet disappear. How does he do that?
That's pretty cool. That's pretty impressive.
They do with ankles. They do with smoke and mirrors. Another smoke and mirrors trick.
What happened to the Canada dollar trade? I heard you bit in the morning, but
I dumped out of it. I bought the plunge and I dumped it here, so I'm dumping into the floor on the 5.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're a long-term trader, it's definitely going uppity up. But I'm into the range trade.
Well, for this type of
like I said, if you have the patience, you make 200 pips on the euro, but you have to wait 5 days to get paid there. That's tough.
It depends. If you're busy working and you have the drops, do you have drops that last for a week, or it's just basically 8 hours is the
Well, you'd
max?
have to last for a week. You could have made 200 pips off that bottom tick Bobby, but people lost their mind down there. When the euro went through the floor there and made a 22-year low or whatever the fuck, people lost their mind. But
I dumped out the minute I was up.
So it came flying back up.
The minute it went back up.
Yes, 200 pips off of that trap. But then, just by the same token, selling into that shelf on the 100. See on the euro dollar hit the round number there at 102. There's a supply zone on the 4-hour wicks there going back to last Sunday. So you could sell up there. You can be short right now, but I'm going to go long when it comes back down now again tonight. It's kind of like these fish, when you go out deep sea fishing, you kind of reel them in, So now I feel like, I'll buy 60 pips deep on the euro. I put some orders on the. Well, it's just that it would come back to fair value. I'm going to call fair value is the low of last week and the high of this week. If you take those two numbers in the middle of that, if this drops 60 pips, you'll be right around back to the 101 level. So, yeah, that's quite a big deal going below par. It really blew people's minds there. 99 cents.
I wonder what happened to all the Europeans. They're going to have to contend with all these
96 cents. You can have this for 96 cents.
They're going to have to contend. Martha,
that's a real
we can
auction,
get more money now.
So that's a complete auction. You took out the low of the week last week, and now you're engulfing the high of last week. And you engulfed, well, not the high of the previous week, but you definitely came up and clipped the trees on the round. Now it looks like here comes the trend traders. They're going to buy, if it pulls back 40 pips, and they're going to build a big long position. They're going to they're going to get on the weekly train. That's the people that, so all these trains are coming and going, and all these trains are colliding.
You have to pick the one that's going to be suitable for your lifestyle.
So the guy that was just asking
overweek to the country, or
Yeah, the guy was
Yeah.
asking me about, what do you do? You
Sorry.
stand in front of this train with all these tickets, yeah. So you can't take those. You can't put the euro drops into the pound and expect to survive the swing.
No,
if you're
it's
looking
too
to
crazy.
if you're looking to have a drawdown and not lose any tickets, you need to have really wide stops. And I just wrote those. I just wrote a 120 pip stop and an
Right.
80 pip stop for the first time, and those are the ones that are sitting in this CAD trade right now. So those targets are fucking 50
Beautiful.
pips from target. See. But that's a different style of trading.
Okay.
Swing trading's a different style. It's a different mentality too, because you know
Agreed.
that's going to be worth,
Agreed.
300 pips in 3 days, even though you had to take a 100 pip drawdown the first day it crashed through the floor. It's just a mentality.
Again, I'm buying the videos for cheap, CDs, DVDs, whatever. They cost me $1. I print a movie on them, and then I sell them for $2. It's the same idea.
Yeah, you're just that scalping idea. Certainly, the scalper idea is that you just flip it. Like I don't care to
Right,
ride
that's
the
all.
whole So the probability that we're going to crash on the Australian dollar here through the floor of this fractal is high probability to me. In fact, probably getting it too early here, but I'm
Okay.
going to push it because it's So as the Canadian dollar goes up,
There'll
the
be a
Australian
relief.
dollar should crash into the opening session tonight. So I'm going to buy the plunge here.
Okay.
On the 4 hour, it looks pretty aggressive, but what the fuck. So I'm going to do the same trade I'm going to do on the euro here on the Australian dollar, where it comes back into the fold. It just has to come back. In this instance, it's got to come down like about 50 pips. When it's down 30 pips, I'm going to start getting in.
Okay.
And so this broker lets me. This broker
I would
has
wait
no. This
also.
broker has no commissions, and the spread is 0.6 right now in the
What?
Australian dollar. Yeah. So this is a
How's that possible?
competition. Yeah. Bitcoin
I have to
in,
go with
Bitcoin out.
FXCM, it looks like.
Yeah, no, it's not. No, because I know a guy named Ryan Brown who builds robots.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know him personally. I've made fun of him over the years.
Not
He's still
yet.
out there.
Uh-oh.
So you look him up. Look up Ryan
Okay.
Brown. He's a young guy, and he's built a lot of EAs. I think he can code EAs now. So he's always writing new ones.
Right.
But if you watch
Attaboy.
his channel, you realize that the robots are just pretty bad. He interviewed a guy that was winning with his robot. Turns out the guy during the interview says, "Well, I had to intervene. The robot got in trouble, and I had to come in there and manually trade him out of it."
Well,
But then the
I got
robots,
news for you. You
so
have to be-
I was like, "Okay,
You
yeah,
have to be
dude. I
there.
mean, I wouldn't be interviewing this guy for any type of consumer."
Systematic crashes.
Satisfaction report because a guy had to intervene on top of the robot, and I get that. So, but
you can tell. Look, you have a guy in your band that's he's just shredding. He's pretty good. He's pretty clean. But if you took off all the distortion and the wahs and the rest of it, I want to, is he Chick Corea? Not just yet, but he's still doing very well. So you have to roll with it.
yeah, no, he's
It's just the
well. He
guys
can
that
play.
write algos. They write algos.
He actually
They're okay.
he can play. Actually, he can play stick and stuff like that. If you know what the stick is, so he can play
Right.
the Chapman stick like Tony Levin that plays with King Crimson.
Wow.
In
Okay,
discipline.
great.
So he can play the stick. He can play. So he can program
Talented guy.
drums. What's that? Yeah, he's 50 years old. So he's been
talented guy.
playing. We've been playing together for like almost 15 years on and off. I usually play bass for him because I can play guitar. I can't play guitar like him because he can use a whammy bar. He's got a bunch of tricks. Like he plays Satriani. He plays crazy shit. I play
can see
blues
it. I
guitar.
can
He
see it.
plays
Talented.
Satriani guitar or whatever.
Right.
And then I
Well,
play
you were
bass.
playing guitar. I saw you were playing. You were playing bass.
Yeah, I
slap
was
on the
playing.
guitar.
I was
thought
playing.
that's
I
a
was
cool
playing
effect.
guitar. I was playing
I like
Yellow
that, man.
Telecaster on
I like
the
that a
show.
lot.
But no, when I play bass, it's my favorite thing because he plays guitar, and then whoever drummer we have, depending whichever drummer we got, it's amazing because we got high end gear, so we're using high end stuff.
I see that.
It's all Neve shit and all that garbage. So APIs and all that stuff. So we run that, and it's just a big fun fest because nothing is scripted.
I
We
love
don't. There's no. We don't even. We have these motifs we play, but I don't think none of us. We just play by ear. There's nobody even says what key we're gonna play, and we just start playing. So it's just
No,
pure,
you just
pure
roll.
improv.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
But it is.
great.
So the last tracks there was 18-minute song because it's a trio, and I'm playing bass, and I take these guys, and there's a competition between me and the guitarist because I trigger
Fair
him.
enough.
I'll play something and it triggers him from something we played years ago.
That's
So I
nice.
kind of like it's like when
Nice.
couples argue, people don't understand why they're arguing and
Right.
giving each other dirty looks, but there's this big history. So they're able to tap into a couple of licks from the past and go, remember the time? Oh yeah, I remember. They just give each other looks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, remember the time you did that? You're
That's
doing it
funny
now,
as
so shut the fuck up.
Yep.
Stop it now. I don't. Married people, you talk about being a masochist, so that's why I decided I'll just hire somebody to beat me. Like those whips and chain
Right.
girls.
Easy,
Just
cheaper.
pay by
Cheaper,
the beating.
sure.
Why marry somebody and have like a constant
Perpetual
beating? Sign up for the beating and then enjoy it.
Right.
I don't know. It's like
Live your
it's like
life,
stop
man,
me out of the
any way you
trade,
want.
but
Do what you
don't.
want.
I hate when the market's dripping towards my stop. Just take me out, or like be done with it. Either stop me
Yeah.
out, or come on, man. Like move one way or the other. It's like very frustrating to be holding a
fine.
swing trade. Come on, man. Like
You know, I have an interesting. Like they always, one of the first things I learned from the pit traders was that they always like to get back to yesterday's close because they always thought that was the actual fair market value of anything is
Oh
where
my
the
God.
closing price was, because the battle wages all day. This is the closing price. This is what it's worth. So a lot of them would try to get to that level, and that's kind of like when you're showing me on the forex, where it's going from the top to becomes the bottom kind of routine. And I'm like, yeah, that's what's going on, right? They're repeating the same thing, same motif almost all the time. It's this never-ending pub crawl, I call it.
look at the meltdown in the Nasdaq. It's melting down hard. It's
Buddy,
coming into my
I-
tickets. It's going to melt down into the close. This is a big buying opportunity. Look how fast the Nasdaq's tanking.
I can't
Straight
play
down.
It's too fast for me. Yeah, you need a computer for
Here,
that,
I'll
or
put it
your
on my, I'll
spouse.
put it on my screen here.
Oh, I know what's going on.
It's
'cause
on.
I'm watching
I got it
email.
on Discord.
Hang on, let me get the Nasdaq.
They just took out the
That's-
low of Sun.
no.
They just took out last night's low.
Oh yeah, they're just gunning
Just
for the border now.
obliteration. Just
Mhm.
obliteration. I'm buying this plunge with 100 pip stops.
Okay, great.
Yeah, that is violent. Look at that half hour. It's just wicked. It's down 150 pips per 1K in 1 half hour. There's no news coming out. Man, look at that. Wow. That is brutal. Hey, they're coming after the high they broke out of on fucking Thursday.
It crashed through the previous day's close on the E-mini, and I was
Wow.
waiting for that. I took it short from
Amazing.
the opening.
Brutal
It's an easy trade.
beatdown. Oh, that was Trap
Sure.
City. It's going nowhere. It's just ranging still.
Mm-hmm.
So this is so my fair value box on the 4 hours like that. We're almost at the 50% level. Almost a fair value on that thing. So looking for bounces now. I'm just going underwater. That's all. So I'm down
You're supposed to.
$120. I don't want to get
Deal.
stopped out of these fucking. I'm sick and tired of getting stopped out of this shit. So when the guy was asking me, he says I get stopped out. I'm like, well, widen your stop and just trade smaller. There's nothing you can do about this. Here's the 5-minute chart on NASDAQ right now. Look at that thing. Wow. Whew.
Yeah, shredded.
So I started buying right here as
Big
my
window.
first
Yeah.
entry with a 50 pip stop. So I almost got stopped out of that. That's some shredding. That's a shred
yeah, but
move
when-
right there.
yeah,
Jesus.
when they decide to shred, they really shred
Wow,
hard
it's
because they know
just
everyone's.
so brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like my
Do it.
guitarist coming up against. Yes, my guitarist has effects, So I don't. I play dry on bass. I never put effects on bass, but our bass player, normal bass player, this young kid, he puts effects on everything. I think he puts
Okay.
effects on his sailed when he gets home, like puts chorus on shit. He's got chorus on the TV, and
Okay.
so
He likes it.
he loves it because he was one of his friends had a pedal board and he played guitar and he goes, I want to be like that guy. This is kind of the thing kids do now. They get a pedal board arrangement and that becomes the instrument. So they just play one note on the guitar, let it drone, and just try to dial in sounds. That's what the guy he was trying to emulate does.
Okay.
He puts in He hits a couple notes on the guitar, reaches down, knows what the knobs are going to do. But that takes so much learning. So he just got the pedal boards and turned knobs. I don't think he really knows. But we like that chaos. Well, it fits in with what we're doing because we're not trying to be serious. So actually, we don't mind. And besides, nobody's paying us, so we don't care.
Why should listen? You're having a good time. If
that's
they
all
paid
that
you,
matters,
it would be
having a
just a
good time.
bonus, right? It would just be a bonus if they paid you.
Yeah, I mean, trying to get some people on the Twitch thing, but that's a whole nother. So I thought I'd invite people in, see, but that takes time to cultivate that. It would take a long time. I mean, I don't have any robots on my thing. I got 3,700 subscribers. I don't know if they watch. I don't think so, but people probably subscribed and committed suicide after they ran the script. So I probably lost a lot of subscribers there. They're not going to show up again, right? So a lot of people just put a bullet in their head already, going, if that doesn't work, my last chance was Simpleton. It didn't work. Bob, blowing my brains out. But I mean, my organic subscribers, and I don't know. It's tough because people that are selling indicators for a living is a different world than people that are trading, for a
Buddy,
living.
I did a slightly deep dive, and I posted results on your main site. There are a couple of guys out there that I wanted to run by you when you had a chance, because I wanted to see what they were actually doing, because I remember we were looking at it a couple of weeks back, or maybe a week ago. Yeah, I haven't been here that long. There were a couple of freebies that were actually doing really well. Their expectancy was high.
Oh, you mean in the MT4 competition?
You sent that link, and I looked at them.
Yeah, I mean, it's cute. They've got the big thumbnail there, kind of showing the cartoonish strategy. But there's some fascinating stuff in there, and I think that those robots will run on MT5 too.
Yes.
So my buddy,
I think they will.
Yeah, my buddy in the band was asking about it. I said, well, I said I can. The MT5 has a slightly different look to it. If you put them side by side, the way the graphics run in MT5 is like JavaScript. It has this floating feel to it. Like the graphics aren't sharp. There's no border on the graphics. So MT4 is a different graphic engine. It's set to be just sharp looking. So it's kind of blurry. I mean, I swear to God, if you look at MT5, you're like, it's kind of blurry. Like the font choice kind of sucks. And the only cool thing about MT5 is that you're available to run. I think you can run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can run all sorts of crazy time frames on your charts. You can run a 2-hour chart, 4-hour chart. So there was a point in time when MT5 and MT4 both existed, and they were trying to make MT4. They were going to leave MT4 behind. That's what they said, and go to MT5, but they didn't. So what they did was, during the transition phase, I noticed that for a little bit there, for about 6 months, I could run multiple time frames in MT4. So it was really funny because you'd see these things show up and you're like, oh my God, I can run the time frames now. And then they turned it off. You can only run 4 hours and 30 minutes and 1 hour in one day, in 1 week. But they left behind the ability to run scripts on the 2-hour, 3-hour, 4-hour, 6-hour, 8-hour, 12-hour. It was really funny. So the broker won't take anything under 15 minutes. I don't think most brokers will. So I don't go beyond 15 minutes. Look at this retrace on the NASDAQ right now at 205. It's retracing like a whore. I should jump in with my market orders now. I got some market orders up here. I should pull the trigger. Just based on the time of day. I got to get to them now. NASDAQ buy at the market. Okay, I'm going to run a 25 pip stop here. I got 50 pip stop to make 100.
All right.
Anyways, that whole thing with the MT4 was just so fascinating, and so then I thought, well, that's the ticket, and so I got out a real graph paper, and I draw the 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 12. Imagine on a piece of graph paper, and then I'm trying to imagine the rate of change, so I draw these angles. I took pictures of all this stuff. I still got the original
That's
paper
fine.
around here. Then I went to
Okay.
this free app called out of Germany. It's a spreadsheet. It's pretty cool. It's based on this whole. You get like an office thing for free, open source out of Germany. Can't remember the name of it.
Nice.
Lib or something or Libor a spreadsheet. So that and I put all the colors in and visualize the whole thing. But of course, then in practice, it's about that. That was a static entry, but out of practice, it really is going to be the low of the week, the low of the previous week. Those shelves in there are going to be like 10-to-1 ratios. People that wait for those setups, And
No, there are people who can wait for them.
there's people that wait for those windows. They're very rare. So that is you're definitely not going to overtrade the account if you're looking for the sweet spot entries. Now, of course, if you step in front of the market and you canvass it like a fucking idiot, blind. There was a guy. The guy talked about blind selling on that video. I made fun of that guy.
Okay.
Because he's like, I'm waiting for confirmation. I need to see like 5 marching candles. I need to see
There's a
Kamushu
lot of Michigas
crossover.
going on out there. I'm glad you're calling it out, man.
Well, I
really
mean,
am.
the guy's ridiculous when he says this pivot matters. It doesn't matter. It really
It
doesn't.
never mattered. It's just there. It's your imagination, buddy.
And he was waiting for this and that. Like, who's waiting for that shit? And who's following his strict? Like, everybody trades different. If he wants to trade like that, he's got every right to it. But having a master class and saying this is like that means that master class makes it sound like this is the only way to trade, doesn't it? Is it just me? But
No,
do you
it
want the
does sound like
slave?
that.
You want to take the slave class or the master class? Oh, the master class, of course.
Sure, for sure. There an Uber master class?
Yeah, the super uber duber no lose master class, like be like grasshopper, don't you? Yeah, wax on, wax off for fucking 800 trades. Then you learn how to trade, right? I have the
like the
Karate
ebook.
Kid
I like
trading program.
I was about to ask you about the karate. You took the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah.
How you catch the fly with the chopstick?
Yeah, right. Well, that's entering into the market with a 1-pip stop for me. I don't think I can do that.
Right. Not anymore.
I mean, I'm sore from my. I mean, you know how many flies? So I went and bought a thing of flies. I couldn't get enough flies to show up. No, I had piles of. Actually, I went down to the cesspool, down to the local cesspool, and I thought, well, if I can't grab a fly out of this thing, how am I gonna scalp the market? So I thought I'd grid trade it. I go with a fly net. I come up to Grasshopper. I go, dude, what the fuck are you doing with them goddamn chopstick? Here, I get a can of off, and I just spray the whole fucking thing.
Right.
Fog. That fog stuff. Saturate you. I'm taking you out, taking you down.
We're gonna get rid of you too.
This guy named Name 1, Name 2. He says, bear with me. Here, buddy. Run. If there's a bear with you, run. Or play dead.
Should run.
No, there's a bear with
Well, they
him.
say they can catch you now. Now they say you shouldn't be running anymore. That was playing
really?
dead may not help you either.
Don't flip off the bear. They know what that means now. They've seen enough people. Don't give them the middle finger. Don't give them a reason to chase you.
Ever. They'll run you, and they'll run you down too.
Just when you thought it was okay to poke the bear, it's
Ever.
not. Oops.
We have a.
Do you got
we have an
bears up
attorney
there?
Here.
You got Canadian bears up there?
Lots of them. Not up here. Not near Toronto or
Look
anything.
at this
but you go
thing.
up
Look
north.
at this thing nailing Friday's closing price. Look at the 15-minute nailing right into swing.
Yeah.
Right
well,
back
they're
to the
gonna do it.
starting gate. Oh, way
Always.
back to the starting gate. What a surprise.
So bottom tick Betty is really the Evil Knievel trade on the 4-hour chart. I'm just trying to wrap my hand around this. You've been doing this forever.
Oof.
I've been doing it for 2 weeks.
Here's the guy that's aggressive is the guy that bought this shelf on the 15-minute NASDAQ. I think the guy with balls bigger than, well, elephants. I don't know how big their balls are. Maybe they're small because they're elephants. But in other words, got people. You think, no. That animal's got small balls. Or, like the whale. You think a whale would have big balls? You can't even see them. But, the next vault, this is, I'll go to the 4-hour chart. It's kind of scary. In the 4-hour, you're thinking, The 4 hour makes you want to be a range trader, I think.
Yeah.
Kind of range trading is going to
I'm
be the way
buying
to
all the way
go.
to the bottom there, like you, for sure. You got to have a big account for
Well,
that.
I'm going for this. I'm
You
going
need a
for
bigger
this
account.
bounce a house at the end of the day into the round number here on the S&P or on the S&P on
Okay.
the fucking Nasdaq. So if the Nasdaq can slam up into this, I'll be up on every ticket. If it doesn't, you're screwed. It's just going to keep dropping.
Hmm?
It's just going to keep dropping. And here's going to be the tipping point. It's got to be this price right here.
I've been short since 3,900.
So here's where it's going to get
evening.
crazy, is if it takes out the low of that closing range on Friday.
I haven't plotted the NASDAQ numbers, but they're down not to Friday's close, and they're probably down another quarter standard deviation for those of you who care. They like to hit those are round numbers. Those are the shells that you look back in time.
Yeah,
you
these
see
are the
exactly
big round numbers. You're about 50.
Yeah.
You're 50 below. You're touching Asia though, so you're touching the Friday's close. So the big heavy hitters are buying right now before the close.
Absolutely.
And we're going to scalp to their. I'm scalping to the structure on that one.
Okay.
So I'd probably dump this thing and reload. But like if you miss this top tick Tommy up here, wow, you missed out on a nice. I mean, it's hard to believe, but a 1K up here, risking 50, you just made 200.
by now.
200.
Oh, okay.
200 from.
Yeah.
Well, it's 100 from here to here is 100, and then another.
Nice. A couple $100 for what? For nothing.
Yeah. So.
You go to the store, and all of a sudden the world
So I
ends,
think I want
and
to
you
buy at
just
the
made
market
$3,000
again.
bucks.
I'm itching to buy at the market. Since I've got the tickets, I want to do it. If you have a hammer, everything looks like a girlfriend. Your old girlfriend. No, forget what I said. Yeah. If you have pointy shoes, everything looks like a cockroach. That's it.
I was going to say that.
Right.
Too much.
This is technical damage to my moving average right here. These kind of moves, they fuck up my Gartleys. And my Robinacci's broken. Like I took my Robinacci in it was bent.
Okay.
Well, I used it to gauge the market, and the market slammed down. I didn't take the tool off the chart fast enough, and the price was so volatile. Yeah, well, it bent. It put a dent in it, so now it's a little off in the middle, because when the market came down, I had the Robinacci tool queued up right in the middle.
Right.
So that's going to have to be repaired.
Those
have to
kind
find
of
somebody
moves.
to fix that.
Yeah. They'll find a blacksmith in Black Creek Village up here. He'll fix it for you.
It has to be a pixel smith, because I think the tool is still inside, like Lawnmower Man. It's still inside the platform.
I believe you.
As a graphical tool.
Those kind of tumbles.
Yeah, those tumbles are harsh, aren't they? Talk about falling out of bed. Call it falling out of bed.
It's falling out of bed into the trash
Baby
can.
hit
Out the window into the trash can.
Oh my God, that's the one you fall out of bed and you tell the cops, like, no, man. I mean, I don't know. It's crazy. She fell out of bed. You pushed her.
Yeah,
you must have
something
pushed her. No, nothing falls that fast without pushing her.
How did you hit the ground floor from the upstairs? Right. That's their question.
Yeah, somebody opened the window on that one. That was not an authentic slip and fall.
But you know what, man? I can't even tell you how if you can't. We used to go long only because I would never like to trade short on something, especially machinery that we were using, the heavy duty machinery to mine the Bitcoin and the high frequency shit. If you caught a move that looked like that going the other way on the NASDAQ, you could call it a year. Legitimately, we would always cut the cord the minute we made our daily number, and we would look at each other and say, wow, did we just leave like $250,000 on the table? Something like ridiculous amounts of money. Like you said, put a 1K up at the top, let it drop. You made $200 on what?
Well,
$5.
It's rare. It's a rare trade. Let's face it. These kind of moves we're seeing now are fucking spectacular. It's nuts.
Okay.
Even buying down here. I mean, these are just. I never see anything like it, but I don't really trade NASDAQ, so I just looked over and I was like, yeah, I want to buy today if it comes down here. And sure enough, came down there.
It's a real galloping gourmet.
I didn't want to step. At least I didn't step in front of it with 20 pip stops, $20
Never
stops
had the
this
galloping
time.
gourmet. Oh, you're not in Buffalo. You're in Michigan. I had the galloping gourmet in the United States.
No, we have soupy
Just
sales. You ever see Soupy Sales? We have Soupy Sales.
Soupy Sales, I remember, but that wasn't Galloping Gourmet.
No, and I think the Galloping Gourmet guy was
The British
on
guy.
in the afternoon. Yeah, he was like the same time they had the Juliet Childs. You know.
That's right. So this is the Galloping Gourmet trade, right out of lunch and just down to the floor.
This is the Stumbling Gourmet. The gourmet that hit his head on the floor. He fell off the.
Nochi. He slipped on a Nochi. That's what happens.
Yeah, the kitchens. They didn't clean up aisle 5. We're trying to make it back to the floor here on the 15 minutes.
Okay.
This is Scalper's exit.
I'm sorry I didn't draw the. I didn't draw my standard deviation lines there. They're
No
lining up
Robinacci. No Robinacci needed for this trade.
none of that stuff. I do strict math.
And it's good. It's a good thing, because I would have had to estimate the distortion that took place in the tool this morning, and do the math and try to do like rocket math, get the curve.
Let me ask you something. Who actually uses Robinacci? Are there still players out there in the universe that do that kind of stuff still, or is it just a joke that came and went?
No, I mean it's completely just like one guy.
Oh, okay.
It's
So
like
he's
some
just
guy that so if you listen to the Robinacci video I did about him, you can hear him talking about his I don't want to say he's insane, but he's talking like a homeless person in a sense.
Okay.
So I thought it was
Okay.
entertaining in that sense. I guess you should make fun of homeless people.
can't.
He's a homeless homeless technical analyst, I think.
Okay.
That saw Fibonacci. He's like, well, okay, Fibonacci would be one thing, but like, hello, I got better ratios than that. Like, or I got a better idea what's going on. And even today, I was watching this guy, and he was doing market profile, and he says, "Oh, you know, who's doing this trade? Who's getting in short here? Like, who's shorting the nasdaq here on the 1 minute chart?" And who cares?
Oh,
Who
bless their
cares?
hearts.
But people like to know that. They want to know who's
I'm gonna
selling
tell you,
into
that's
this
the
plunge.
problem. Yeah. Oh, there's 300 that just got lifted
The
on the bid. I mean,
curiosity.
buddy, I look at it and I say, I don't want to even break. I hate to break the news to everybody, but even if you have the Sierra charts with the Denali data feed and all the craziness that they're going to sell you, so you can get the precise entry based on the number of tickets that are flying by
Look, about
faster than the human
$200.
eye could ever register it. You're already a quarter of a second late on your entry, no matter what your entry is going to be if you're trying to play that game. Take it from me.
I'm ready to cash out. I got $230.
Okay?
Got
Do
my
it.
finger in the trigger.
Take the money and run.
Yeah, I'm waiting for
Okay.
it to come back to this doji on the round number.
Okay?
We're only $15 away. Actually, it'll be cashing itself out here in a little bit.
Okay.
I think. See these two guys. Well, the Canadian dollar's making money.
Huh?
Canadian dollar is at the floor. I never got out my Canadian dollar on this broker, so this one's working right now. So I'm long the CAD, and I'm long the S&P. So I got to get out of the S&P pretty soon. Because if it's dollar up, it's going to be S&P down. I'm just going to cash out. I'm going to take the money and run on that. I got one lost leader, $33 down on this NASDAQ. I'll take this other guy out. See, I'm down $33 on one ticket.
It'll come back.
So when it comes to here, I'll get out of the round.
Right.
Then I'll only be down about $20.
Look, I know at $20 can you almost buy a pack of cigarettes in Canada. But it shouldn't break your heart if you're down on one ticket out of a whole array of things that you've tried during the day. I mean, this is part of the reason you're trading.
You know,
is you want to learn.
if you're in too big and you're up on your trade and your account's up for the day, you got to get out. You just got to,
course,
because
of
this could just
course.
keep tanking. So I just dumped the whole S&P NASDAQ.
Nasdaq?
I'm going to try to buy it
Right.
again though. So now I'm going to come back in with these 100 pip stops to make $60 here, retesting the lows of the day on NASDAQ, because if they keep crushing into the end of the day, then at least I'll have these two guys. But it looks like the sellers. This is a 5-minute chart, so I would have waited to get out here, but I'm just not going to wait because I'm in the CAD. I want to dump the CAD also, so I'm cashing out here. I'm going to reload the gun on CAD. My euro's up 37 pips.
Beautiful.
So I'm dumping the euro. I'm going to go flat on everything. $2,500. Now I'm going to come in with buys on CAD into the night. So now it's just going to be a slob. I'm going to put these grids in. Instead of singles, I'm going to put in
the whole Megillah.
Yeah, I'm calling them MD for multi-drop instead of single drop, because if you want to get aggressive.
Just call them Jerry's Kids, the muscular dystrophy fund.
Let's see. Where did I stick them now? I got all fancy and I don't know where they're at.
You forgot to know.
Yeah, it's like a problem is, I'm trying to make this so that when you're in the FX mode, you only see FX. And there's one called MD here. I got to close these up. I don't see it, but I know I brought it in earlier. Maybe I didn't bring it in this broker. Okay, at least they're on the main, so here they are. Here's these big giant ones I wrote. These are just insane. You can't even believe this. This is a 50 pip window, a 6K starting at the market's not trading, so it's not dropping.
Looking at there.
We got to get our first tick to come in.
Oh,
they're off. Brokers offline right now. So this 30 pip window cures the problem of the 15 pip window being too tight. So that guy that was talking he needs these scripts. He needs to drop stuff that's going to cover 50 pip window and just put a 6K with a 80 pip stop to make 60 pips in a 50 pip window here.
That's a great ratio. I don't know what people are complaining about. Who ever thought you're going to make 3 to 1 on a trade? That's ridiculous.
Well, like I said, those ones that tee themselves up, they do tee up, but you got to be sitting there and you got to be either have all your stuff in that slot and be really conscious of that.
Okay.
Those opportunities exist, but only once or twice a day on the hourly chart. Once or twice a day on the 4-hour, once or twice a week on the 4-hour chart. Yeah, those are there. You can do that trade. You just have to be very clever. That's all. You have to be.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have to know.
You can't be an idiot.
You have to have a good move. Yeah, you have to have a good move for it.
This broker's not taking my tickets. Maybe got too many tickets in. Let me just delete everything.
Still overload you with that, right?
Only allowed 1,000 tickets, so I'm just going to delete all my pendings.
I love the fact that it's Relax-A-Trade. It's not trading Rabinacci and trading for the moon. It's Relax-A-Trade. What you're doing, you're just relaxing. And
if you get in a limits,
I gotta tell you, buddy, it's the absolutely best channel going on here. You relax, you trade. You're not trading to make a living. You're not trading to impress anyone. You're showing people the techniques of
these don't exist.
Sophisticated. I love it.
Yeah, these. I may have to reboot the platform. These tickets may not exist. Let me see. So if you delete stuff and you don't reboot the platform, you're looking at tickets that don't exist.
I got you.
So that's a problem. Huh. I guess they don't exist. So we'll just go back to the singles. That's all right. Just more work.
Okay.
So here's a, plus, it's hard to do damage here. Here's a 50 pip stop to make 75 pips.
A great trade.
That's a good ratio. So I'm just going to throw all the 8 hours in here because I don't want to have to babysit it. So as long as you don't repeat the entry price, I think that's the whole
That's part of it, for sure. Take out when you can.
Diversification. So the Canadian dollar looks like the sellers are coming in now. And the NASDAQ, I've got my buy limits here. I deleted them just now. So that was the only sell. We never hit target, so it was a good thing we dumped. If you go to the larger time frame there, go to the 1 hour NASDAQ.
Oh, we spent the month trying to hit targets, and we realized it didn't matter what the targets was, and then when you backtest it, you're going to just curve fit it. So we just said, let's just make it take it.
Yeah,
And
looks
that's
like it's
basically
over.
where we stopped. Make it and take it.
That's the only
That was
trade I
rough.
see left in the day was that dead cat bounce on the 5 minute. Now the NASDAQ's tanking again, so now it's easier to get out in front of it now.
Yeah.
So now I go back to my single drop NASDAQs and just get out in front of it. Crazy train here.
These trains dropping a half of standard deviation today, without a doubt. How close they got to the monthly high, and they just romped. Everyone's hoping they're going to exceed it and go crazy, and they just dropped their pants.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I feel it's safer to buy down here in the fresh. If it closes, the stocks are still open, so this could smash down.
It's going to continue, my friend.
So I want to have it smash down into my limits here. I'll buy the first new low. I got an $80 stop to make $60. Every ticket has got a different entry price.
Charlotte's Web Trading. Come to Papa. Here we go.
40 tickets to paradise.
I like it.
Eddie Money trades forex. Eddie Money trades NASDAQ.
Oh, what?
If I say Eddie Money enough times, at the end of the stream, I will get Eddie Money suggestions to watch him play in 1978.
Why don't we just talk about goldfish and see how many goldfish videos show up?
Yeah, I'll talk about my next wife and see them show up too. My next wife to be, my next psycho babe, the next Spazzarella.
Does it get easier when you get older, or do they get worse?
Ask Johnny whether he wants to have somebody put his boots on. Johnny, I could trigger him real easy. I'd stand out in front of the courtroom after he comes out and go, Johnny, let me take off your boots.
That's too funny.
Can I take off your boots, Johnny? Can my girlfriend take off your boots? Oh, my God. You'd make her day.
That was one sick puppy.
They deserved each other. He can pick 'em, man. Hot and crazy.
Oh, for sure. Well, what else you got in this life?
He'd be so bored if he had some goody two-shoes babe that actually...
He would absolutely lose his mind. Needed the confrontation.
Who doesn't want a complete psycho brat? She's like a box of chocolates, dude. She's like a box of chocolate-covered insects.
With brandy inside. I'm
surprised she didn't throw that tequila bottle at him with the worm at the bottom. He's like, yeah, they ended with a worm on my face. Broke my finger and had a worm on my face. I like the story about the coffee cup going through the plasma TV and being stuck halfway into the screen. I wish I had a picture of that. That is the best part of the whole trial. Just the visual of that. Like a Dali painting,
Wait a second, but
cups melting into the plasma screen.
Yeah, but how absolutely brain dead do you have to be to watch it for 2 weeks? There's people that actually came home to watch it with like daytime soap opera.
I was watching people watching it, and then people do commentaries on it. And I watched a couple excerpts because I couldn't resist, but I couldn't commit because. And when they went off the air, I had a little withdrawals because they stopped to like have a siesta or something over there.
Okay.
There's some holiday or something, Tulip Day or something.
Telenovelas. Oh my God. You can tell a lot about a country's culture. They're watching their telenovelas, their daytime soaps.
Yeah.
I've determined that like when I was in my 30s. You just watch telenovelas in Colombia. They're completely different from the ones in India, completely different from the ones in Canada. Well, Canada's the U.S. So Young and the Restless versus La Conquistadoras, like they have all these crazy names. And then you watch the Brazilian ones, It's just amazing. You can see the different characters. You can see the different hierarchical structures of their society and who's the big man and who isn't, and it's just a trip. To me, it is.
I was fascinated by the soap operas when I was a kid.
Sure.
Because I
you
looked
go
at
away
I
for
looked
5
at
years,
them.
come back, and it's the same storyline. You know exactly who everyone is.
I couldn't figure out why. That looks so dead.
What do you mean?
It reminds me of 120 hertz TVs. So my nephew has 120 hertz TVs. When they came out with that. Remember the 60 hertz TV? So I'm watching these soaps and I'm like, what is the fucking story with these soap operas? I mean, they're really high res. They look good, but they look dead. Like they're just not moving enough. And then I figured out that it was done on.
It's got to be slow motion for people to really get into the.
No,
feelings
it's on
and
videotape. It's on
amazing.
videotape. It's not on film.
Video.
It's like a million frames a second. It's not even on film. It's on videotape. So it has this look to it. If you look at soap operas, they're steady as shit. There's no flutter. Where movies actually jiggle when you're watching them. So if you want watch the credits at the end of old movies, you'll see them bouncing around in the projection housing. Same thing with Gran Torino was filmed digitally, so no cameras, no film on Gran Torino. That's my first digital film I think I watched. It was pretty fucking good. That looked like film, though. I think they used film saturator enhancers on that.
That was
a cool.
I didn't like them because I used to like the tapes. Sorry? I didn't hear him. Hello?
What's up?
No, I said I like the cassettes better than the CDs. They just had a warmth to them. You didn't get that with the CDs. They were just so sharp.
They stopped making metal. They stopped making cassettes. Isn't that amazing?
I know.
Now they're making a resurgence, but you can buy. You can go on eBay right now and buy a brand new metal tape, Sony. It's like $20. It's crazy. $20. I just got filled on my first NASDAQ retest. Yeah, I can't believe the price of shit, dude. I remember when guitar amps have had tubes for a long time, and about 30 years ago they go, they're not going to make any more tubes, and everybody lost their mind. And then the Russians opened up their old factories and they started selling new old stock tubes to everybody. So all the amplifiers on the phone lines are using tubes, all the old school phone lines.
I wasn't playing at the time that the tubes came back, but I would have.
Yeah, the tubes are a big deal
now.
now.
Tube amp.
Now
Yeah.
they re-cranked up all the tube factories because there's so much money in it now. People want to hear harmonic distortion. They don't want to hear.
Sure.
Although the D-class amps are getting very good, so people are doing D-class amplifiers to sound amazing. Instead of Class A, they get D-class amps are just amazing. The filters are so good now.
Wow.
I mean, they sound good. I mean, you can buy for $50. You can buy some amazing like Bluetooth fucking things the size of like a Bible, the size of the Bible in the hotel room. Those kind of size amps that are
Never mind, the Rockman was a lot of fun. That was by Greg Schultz, the guy from Boston, who designed all the electronic sound effects.
You can still get those, I think. Yeah.
Those were a lot of fun.
I had my Rockman stolen. I had an Intelliflex. It cost like $900 for the Intelliflex. It sounded pretty intense. I mean, great. See, the thing about these, it's not the effects, it's the op amp that's carrying the effects out of the box. If you have a good structure to the good circuitry in there, then it sounds good. It just sounds good. Sounds musical. If it sounds musical, that's Roland stuff sounds musical. They always won when it came to that.
I like Roland. I always like Roland. I like their effects. I like their pedals. Someone stole my flanger. Not stole it, but someone borrowed it and never gave it back. So that's stealing.
That's soft stealing.
I mean, I love that. Yeah, it's a soft. So, but I love that flanger. I could do all the police effects, just about a little bit of echo,
Yeah,
touch the
flanger.
chorus, and you're there. But no one could play the songs the way he did it because he never played them the same way twice in the studio. So there's another one of those guys.
They used to play. They had this rock station in town in the 70s. They used to play on Sunday night. They'd play an album, and they'd flange it. They'd put it on two turntables, and they pan it hard.
Oh wow!
And it was cool
Right.
because there's a little drift between the turntables, and it was the image was incredible. You know, they would take Pink Floyd and do that or something.
Oh man!
I don't know if it's legal anymore because you're kind of fucking with the original material, but that was back in the day. That's when I bought metal tape. I'll never forget. I bought metal tape, and I knew they were going to play Steely Dan Gaucho. So I had
Wow.
the tape
You
queued up.
wanna
They were playing
record
on the
it on that,
radio,
for
so I
sure.
captured it, and I listened
Oh,
to the
yeah.
Gaucho for free until I wore out that metal tape. It sounded
Oh, yeah.
amazing. They didn't no commercial interruptions, so you could steal it off the
Yeah, how did
radio
that
back
happen?
then. I don't think they do album night anymore.
Well, you can still do that.
They got
Oh,
album
maybe
night?
they're not allowed to. I don't think.
Well, no, you'd have to. So
I don't know.
what I would do is I would steal it off of AM radio, but I'd have to wait for the guy to do the weather over the intro, and I'd hurry up and hit record.
Right. Right. You have to be standing by.
A lot of work. Hey, I'm up $18 off the retest. We just bought him Tick Betty to lower
Oh,
the
yeah.
day there on NASDAQ.
Well, they're not going to drag it down till probably after bond closes at 3. That's when I look for the next move, shakeout, wake out.
Start heading for the hills. Yeah, there's the orders that are called the orders that were called. So if you had a market on close orders, yeah, those people would start to execute those. In the old days, I suppose they still have soybean pits. I don't know if they have a soybean pit anymore. I didn't look it up. But that was market on close, and that's the bum rush. That's the squeeze. If there's a lot of market on closes that are going to go the other way, people see them. I guess the trick is not to unload your hand too fast because then you're chasing your own market. That's
Right.
why they have to dump stuff slowly. That's why big boys can't come in and do crazy stuff because they'll just
Not
they'll
anymore.
chase their own trade. They make no money. It's weird.
And I'm looking at FXCM. They must have a huge spread because I don't understand.
Oh,
the
it's
trade I got
god-awful.
myself into.
Might as well go to Orlando and get
Okay.
raped. There's no way.
Oh, boy.
Cedar FX
No.
has the tightest spreads of anybody. No commission.
Okay. I have no idea which way. I thought I was buying this. Yeah, I am buying it. Okay. I didn't buy another one. I was talking to you. I forgot to buy another one down here.
I'm up $28 on this
Call it
goddamn stupid
not-
trade.
Hang on. Yeah, not alert trading. You're not really paying attention trading. I got to figure out how this thing works. And then I got to get your buddy there from England to help me with the MT4 and 5 and all that jazz. I want to do the Evil Knievel trade before the end of the summer because just as a tip of the hat to Evil Knievel. It's the 4-hour take me to the moon. It can't be that hard. They say the EMA usually follows the NASDAQ, but they're not always correlated. I don't see that all the time. Here comes the plunge.